Programming is a fool's job. Or no, not a fool's job. A fool's a fool's errand. Yeah, programming is a fool's errand. And as long as like my list is bigger than everyone else's, I will be the first to check off all those boxes. These boxes are mine. What's not mine is this streaming software called OBS. That's definitely not mine. I would never try to take credit for it. It is so badly designed. Like, it's not even funny. It's terrible. So like a recursive descent parse or whatever. I'm gonna like convert this technique, whatever, to like JavaScript. Yep. And hopefully the audio is working correctly. And I can play music and not have it show up on YouTube or the VOD. I don't want to restart the stream. But you can't always get what you want. Microsoft, they might want to stay in business. And so might OpenAI, or even Google. That might be what they want. But like, when they gotta like compete with someone smarter, it might not be what they get. I don't know, only time will tell. Time keeps moving. There's a lot of hours in a day. I can get something done. And it's loading, that's cool. Hopefully the music does not play on YouTube. I just finished setting up. God damn. Like, this is like mute audio in general. Or it's not. Oh, it's this one. This one's for the stream audio. This is for my audio. And then you can't send the audio at 100% because it hits the cap and it goes. So I had this one set to like 98 or 90%. And then this one, I can slide this one and then change it up and down. And then make sure it doesn't hit the cap. And go at the top of the freaking like whatever. This program is like so fucking fancy. It's like I hate paying for software, But when it actually does what it's supposed to do and it actually works, it's like, wow, that was actually worth purchasing and spending money on. What a world. So there's like a real world where people pay for things and then you get what you pay for. And then there's this fake world where everything's free and everything can be stolen because it's like designed to just fuck everyone over. This software though is worth it. And then it's not perfect, but like it's close enough. I have this stupid the sound monitoring going into the Mac through here, and this goes back to me, so it makes a sound loop. So I gotta make sure not to mix that up. I got text to speech, Safari. Oh, this is so stupid. That's why I want to get my program done. Then I won't have to use this. I could like use my program. And I'll be able to like touch it. So I had to get a recursive descent parser done first. Or some variant of it, whatever, it doesn't matter. You put a name on something and it's like, it has a name. And it does something. But the name doesn't really mean anything. So I had to get this parser done. And then when it's done, I don't really want to like post the code because then chatbot will just like absorb it and they'll say, oh, it's fair use. So like when it's done, I think I'll like make like a web page and I'll have it like scroll through slowly. So go line by line. And if you want, you can like copy it, the text or whatever. And then like if someone has an AI or whatever and they're like evaluating video and they're pulling text from video, well then I guess they went through the effort to like get the text, so I don't care. So it won't be copy paste, but I'll like put it up and then go through it and then you can like copy it or whatever. But like the video game assembler or like JavaScript assembler, I need to get this stuff done so I can like work on that because that stuff I'm not gonna put up for free. There's like this annoying thing where like if you want to teach people how to do something, you teach them and then they fuck you. And it's like, hey, what the fuck? And it happens in history just over and over and over and over. And there has to be a way to like, I don't know. Like, I don't know, like, I'm not gonna fall into that trap. I gotta figure out how to work around that trap, but then still be able to, like, not have to, like, I don't know, whatever. Somewhere. Oh, with other computer. So, like, AI, whatever. It is literally stolen. Everything's been stolen in AI. It is not a system that's intelligent. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't think. It's not creative. The only reason the outputs vary when you ask the same thing is because they intentionally designed it to be somewhat random and change the output. It's not because it's like thinking or it's like whatever. Companies like AI or Anthropic, oh, they're also like basically not cults, but really fucking weird. Like effective altruism. What even? Like, what even is? These people are fucking weird. Like in a not like in a weird as in like destructive, dangerous kind of weird. It's like if you read through this, whatever, they got like OpenAI in here. And I guess like Sam Altman like stepped away or like he doesn't like associate with like OpenAI or not. I mean, effective altruism, whatever the fuck this is, because like it's apparently bad to be tied to it. Because like the public perception, whatever.
Others have helped to start teams focused on AI alignment at major AI labs such as DeepMind and OpenAI, and outline research agendas for AI alignment in work such as concrete problems in AI safety.
Man, AI safety.
One priority is to simply tell more people about the issue. The book Superintelligence was published in 2014, making the case for the importance of AI alignment, and became a New York Times bestseller. How to ensure AI systems continue to further human values, even as they become equal or superior to humans in their capabilities, is called the AI alignment problem, and solving it requires advances in computer science.
So this is not a problem. It's not. As a company, you people, you can't even make money because you're too dumb. You're using the video card. You're using the GPU to compute things for your stupid AI. So they're gonna end up out of business. There is no money in this.
How to ensure AI systems continue to further human values, even as
They don't further any human values in the first place. They just take everyone's shit and they say, hey, it's fair use for the greater good. And they don't even define what the greater good is. They also have things like 100x or 10x, whatever. Man. It can't find the letter X? Are you kidding me? Control F in Safari is pathetic. Can't find the letter A. How does nothing begin with X? Maybe it's true. Maybe nothing begins with X. I don't know how this whole file. There could be no word with the letter X. That'd be really weird. So like, I don't know, somewhere in here. There's also this thing called like Meticulous, whatever. And like the website's down, doesn't like load. But like apparently it predicted that the AI bubble was gonna pop.
an AI has achieved 8th place in the Metaculus Cup, a leading www.reddit.com futurology comments, and AI has achieved 8th plaque, September 21st, 2025. An AI has achieved 8th place in the Metaculus Cup, a leading competition to forecast near-future events. In 2024, AI only ranked at 300. Metaculus predicts week AGI in 2 years and AGI in 10. EA Forum, forumeffectivealtruism.org, posts. Metaculus predicts week AGI in 2 years. March 24, 2023. There will be no AGI in the next 10 years. There will be an AI bubble over the next couple of years as new applications for deep learning proliferate.
I guess it doesn't predict the pop, but there's gonna be a pop. That's what bubbles do, they go up and they pop. These people are insane. So yesterday I asked Chatbot to make a recursive descent parser, except to make it using proper tail call recursion. And I just couldn't do it. Because it's about as stupid as the people that made it. And they're very stupid. So like effective altruism, whatever. They talk about the greater good and stuff in this whatever. And like every word that leaves Sam Altman's mouth, it basically comes from this like, from these documents or whatever about this stuff, whatever it is.
It's both a research field, which aims to identify the world's most pressing problems and the best solutions to them, and a practical community that aims to use those findings to do good. This project matters because, while many attempts to do good fail, some are enormously effective. For instance, some charities help 100 or even 1,000 times as many people as others, when given the same amount of resources.
That's not going to be AI.
They are not united by any particular solution to the world's problems, but by a way of thinking. They try to find unusually good ways of helping, so that a given amount of effort goes an unusually long way. Below are some examples of what they've done so far, followed by the values that unite them.
Alright, that right there, that's a load of shit. It means nothing. It doesn't even sound good. You idiots. So like, and then they take a dig at people that want to do good. And they say like this in here.
People who want to do good often prefer to directly tackle problems, since it's more motivating to see the tangible effects of their actions. But what matters is that the world gets better, not that you do it with your own two hands. So people applying effective altruism often try to help indirectly, by empowering others. Since it's more motivating to see the tangible effects of their actions. Not that you do it with your own two hands. So people applying effective altruism often try to help indirectly, by empowering others. People who want to do good.
It's like, People don't go out just wanting to do good unless they're trying to get something out of it. That's why they want to see direct, like,
Since it's more motivating to see the tangible effects of their actions.
because they're not doing good to do good. So that's a different classification of people. I guess it's like there's people who want to do good because they're not good, but they want to get something out of it. And there's people who are like just good. And they don't do good to get something out of doing something good. And that's like the line that, like, whatever this fucking document, whatever the hell this even is. Like, the fuck does effective altruism even fucking mean? So I don't know. To do good, I think, would be to like close the loophole with everything being free. And make it so like when you buy something, you get what you pay for. And not have like this fucking ecosystem where like you can view things and then hack them and view them. Not closed source, but something better than the system, because this whole system is fucked. And it like enables like companies like this. Not even companies, what even is this thing? It's a weird fucking culty like thing. It's really fucking weird. I don't even know, whatever. So I asked Chatbot, or GPT, it doesn't even matter if it's Codex, whatever they call the coding model, how to make tail call recursions, and it can't do it. Why can't it do it? Well, because the people that made GPT, they just stole things and made training data from the internet. And apparently they didn't know about tail call recursion because it's not in the AI. And the AI is not going to be able to like magically like figure this out and be able to do this. And there's like when you write programs, you find techniques and you find ways to write things, and then you find out what it's called, and you're like, oh, that's a label for that kind of technique. And this is one of those like I don't know, corner areas or whatever, where it's really useful in certain cases, but not really in others. But it's really fancy. So normally I would just do this, except you really need a thing to make the thing. So I need to just make the thing first, the lexical analyzer, and then I'll make a thing that makes a thing. So like recursive descent parser. It basically is a line. Oh, I plugged in the wrong computer. So tail call recurs, whatever. I'll just have to like read the whole thing really quick.
6.3 Proper tail calls. Another interesting feature of functions in Lua is that they do proper tail calls. Several authors use the term proper tail recursion, Although the concept does not involve recursion directly, a tail call is a kind of goto dressed as a call. A tail call happens when a function calls another as its last action, so it has nothing else to do. For instance, in the following code, the call to g is a tail call function f, x, return g, x, and after f calls g, it has nothing else to do. In such situations, the program does not need to return to the calling function when the called function ends. Therefore, after the tail call, the program does not need to keep any information about the calling function in the stack. Some language implementations, such as the Lua interpreter, take advantage of this fact and actually do not use any extra stack space when doing a tail call. We say that those implementations support proper tail calls, because a proper tail call uses no stack space. There is no limit on the number of nested tail calls that a program can make. For instance, we can call the following function with any number as argument. It will never overflow the stack. Function foo, n, if n, 0 then return foo, n1, and. A subtle point when we use proper tail calls is what is a tail call. Some obvious candidates fail the criteria that the calling function has nothing to do after the call. For instance, in the following code, the call to g is not a tail call. Function f, x, g, x, return, and. The problem in that example is that, after calling g, f still has to discard occasional results from g before returning. Similarly, all the following calls fail the criteria. Return g, x, plus 1, must do the addition. Return x or g, x, must adjust to one result. Return g, x, must adjust to one result. In Lua, only a call in the format return g is a tail call. However, both g and its arguments can be complex expressions, because Lua evaluates them before the call. For instance, the next call is a tail call. Return x, I foo, x, j, plus a b, I plus j. As I said earlier, a tail call is a kind of goto. As such, a quite useful application of proper tail calls in Lua is for programming state machines. Such applications can represent each state by a function. To change state is to go to, or to call, a specific function. As an example, let us consider a simple maze game. The maze has several rooms, each with up to 4 doors: north, south, east, and west. At each step, the user enters a movement direction. If there is a door in that direction, the user goes to the corresponding room. Otherwise, the program prints a warning. The goal is to go from an initial room to a final room. This game is a typical state machine, where the current room is the state. At each step, the user enters a movement direction. If there is a door in that direction, the user goes to the corresponding room. Otherwise, the program prints a warning.
So like right now, whatever, for like Microsoft, Google, OpenAI.
At each step, the user enters a movement direction. If there is a door in that direction, the user goes to the corresponding room.
Competition-wise, I think they're gonna run out of doors eventually. I think that time's coming. I think they're gonna run out of doors and the game's gonna end. Cause like, we're all out of doors. And OpenAI just proves just how fucked we are and how many doors we don't have. It's time for some new doors, so the old ones can close and like never come back.
This game is a typical state machine, where the current room is the state. We can implement such maze with one function for each room. We use tail calls to move from one room to another. A small maze with 4 rooms could look like this. Function room 1, local move equals IO read. If move equals south then return room 3. Else if move equals east then return room 2. Else print, invalid move. Return room 1, stay in the same room, end.
So basically, it's like room 1. Then for room 2, You have room 2, and then return room 2. Then room 3, return room 3. And then room 4 is like the final room. So like, this is kind of like the one thing that AI can't do, because it's designed by idiots. It can't do this. So when you ask it to do this, to make a function like this, it can't do it. Because it's designed by idiots. Like straight up morons. To take everyone's shit and then sell it back to us when you can't even make a profit because it costs so much money to fucking compute it. What idiots. They literally started a game that they already lost at. And they can only lose harder.
We start the game with a call to the initial room, room 1.
I have a feeling they're gonna run out of rooms when people start competing. Or not even people, nobody's gonna do anything. I will though.
Without proper tail calls, each user move would create a new stack level. After some number of moves, there would be a stack overflow. With proper tail calls, there is no limit to the number of. Without proper tail calls, each user.
I need to stop tying this to like real world stuff.
With proper tail calls, there is no limit to the number of moves that a user can make, because each move actually performs a goaded to another function, not a conventional call. For this simple game, you may find that a data-driven program, where you describe the rooms and movements with tables, is a better design. However, if the game has several special situations in each room, then this state machine design is quite appropriate.
You can like replace the word data with money. What's it called when like you relate one thing to another that whatever? I don't know, this kind of like fits really well. Alright, so anyways, this is like a really fancy way to program. Or write a program. Except it's like, I need to get something done. Basically like that, whatever. If it was a line, it kind of goes around, back around to itself, and then down and up around. Eventually gets to the endpoint. But there is an endpoint. Oh, this program is garbage, it's stuck. There is an endpoint. It's when it hits room 4. In this example. So it calls room 1 to start it. Then room 1 calls room 3, room 2. It goes around whatever. And until you hit room 4, it doesn't end. Because each call calls itself or calls something else. But then when it hits room 4 prints, congratulations, whatever. And then it doesn't call another thing. So since it doesn't call another thing, it's originally in room 1. So whatever things that were called that do technically actually stack, unless it's like whatever Lua is, I don't even know. I guess it's a language. They would technically stack in a stack-based programming language. So room 1 even calls itself. Yeah, this would not work in actual stack-based programming language at all. It would just freaking like, yeah. So either room 1 calls room 1, or it goes to 2, 3. But if it goes to 2 or 3, when it returns, 3 calls 2 or 2 calls 3, I think. At some point, it'll drop and then it'll resume from here, whatever, and then fall through because it's like, yeah. So there is an endpoint, and then all the other like indirections are like the process. So I'm gonna avoid all that because I need a thing to make a thing. Do like a recursive descent parse or whatever. Because this is more like a straight line. It has a start point and end point. Where it's like this, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how to draw this. But basically, like, it does a test. It does a bunch of other tests. It tries to find one of them that it matches. If it finds anything that matches, then it continues and tries to match the rest. And at some point, if it doesn't match everything, then it bails. So it's different than like this design, whatever. But they both do reach like an endpoint. So this basically
In computer science, a recursive descent parser is a kind of top-down parser built from a set of mutually recursive procedures, or a non-recursive equivalent, where each such procedure implements one of the non-terminals of the grammar. Thus, the structure of the resulting program closely mirrors that of the grammar it recognizes. 1. 2. A predictive parser is a recursive descent parser that does not require backtracking. 3. Predictive parsing is possible only for the class of LL, K, grammars, which are the context. free grammars for which there exists some positive integer k that allows a recursive descent parser to decide which production to use by examining only the next k tokens of input. The LL-K grammars therefore exclude all ambiguous grammars, as well as all grammars that contain left recursion. Any context-free grammar can be transformed into an equivalent grammar that has no left recursion, but removal of left recursion does not always yield an LL-K grammar. A predictive parser runs in linear time. Recursive descent with backtracking is a technique that determines which production to use by
Oh, duh, LL. Large language model.
LL-K grammar.
I was like, this reminds me of tokens. I don't know why though. Oh, that's why. Okay, so since a large language model is based off this, it's not even possible for it to generate something like this.
Proper tail calls.
So I gotta make an AI, and clearly this is not AI. I also gotta like copy what they do to be able to say, hey, look, it's like the same thing you do, but I do it also, so you don't need your shit. So I think I'll like, you know, whatever.
What is LLK grammar? An LLK grammar is a context-free grammar that can be parsed by predictive parser. No backtracking, which reads the input left to right and construct a leftmost derivation looking to k symbols in the input string. A language that has a LLK grammar is said an LLK language. In this paper, we suggest that LLK is actually superior to LR1 when translation, rather than acceptance, is the goal. Improving LLM-based code completion using LR parsing. www.censordirect.com. Science article. Abs. PI. Our approach refines structural candidates using LR parsing into textual code suggestions via an LLM, referencing a database of ranked candidates from Open.
So what, they intentionally called it large language model? Except the LL actually stands for, well, that's my assumption. I don't know.
How LLMs work. Sean Godek. www.seangodek.com. How LLMs work. November 26, 2023. ALLM, or large language model, is a particular kind of neural network. Neural networks aim to predict some likely output based on a given input. The parsing table of a LL-K grammar grows exponentially in K. This is, however, the worst case scenario, which is not typical.
So large language model. I think it might be named that on purpose. Maybe not. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Recursive descent with backtracking is a technique that determines which production to use by trying each production in turn. Recursive descent with backtracking is not limited to LL-K grammars, but is not guaranteed to terminate unless the grammar is LL-K. Even when they terminate, parsers that use recursive descent with backtracking may require exponential time. Although predictive parsers are widely used, and are frequently chosen if writing a parser by hand. Programmers often prefer to use a table-based parser produced by a parser generator, citation needed either for an LLK.
Okay, this is straight up a large language model and training data. That's so dumb.
Either for an LLK language or using an alternative parser, such as LAL or LR. This is particularly the case if a grammar is not in LLK form, as transforming the grammar to LL to make it suitable for predictive parsing is involved. Predictive parsers can also be automatically generated, using tools like ANTLR. Predictive parsers can be depicted using transition diagrams for each non-terminal symbol where the edges between the initial and the final states are labeled by the symbols, terminals and non-terminals, of the right side of the production rule.
So this is what the like core of like AI technology. There's no thinking behind this. This is dumb. Oh, this is so confusing. So yesterday, was it a different website or did this change? Oh, it's here. It's like this, whatever. It's basically just this. The left hand side is like the token or whatever. The right hand side is the value that it's looking for. So the left hand side is 12. Oh, I get it. That's how they encode stuff in the large language model. And then I had this from Chatbot last time. I've been like looking at it, whatever's like flip screens. I'm like, let me think about it. And I finally realized how this works. So like, I don't know. There is no secret in the soup when it comes to AI. They're just really dumb. And they took everyone's stuff and they're saying it's fair use. And they're saying, well, prove we didn't steal it. And that's like the wrong way to like, it's like they're setting it up where, having to prove they didn't steal it, that's not even the point. It's different or whatever. Or you know what, whatever. So 12 here means that 12 is here. So it goes here. And it goes here. And 201 is this text, which means 201 goes here. And it didn't copy. So that's it. It's like, I guess like rooms or whatever, how the other one did it. There's a room and a room and a room and a room. And each room holds a room. But I think also this goes downwards, where it's the smaller rooms at top and the bigger rooms at the bottom. And then the bigger room consists of, or not, like the bigger room consists of smaller rooms. Except only if those smaller rooms exist. Like 12 is a room. And then 201 is a room. Except if a room doesn't have, like if there's a room up here called 3, So when they say training data and training the AI, it must be something like this. They find things that are related. They might have some interface or whatever. There's no artificial intelligence going on here. They're just taking everyone's shit, they're compressing it into a database, and then they're uncompressing it based on relevance. Based off the data. It's so stupid. What a bunch of idiots. It's not even clever. It's stupid. You can't take something that exists. Well, I guess you can. You can do whatever you want.
This is particularly the case if a grammar is not in LL-K form, as transforming the grammar to LL to make it suitable for predictive parsing is involved. And are frequently chosen if writing a parser by hand. Programmers often prefer to use a table-based parser produced by a parser generator, citation needed either for an LL-K language. Is LLM a LL-K language?
Really? No, it's not. Of course it's not.
No. LL-K language equals formal language parsable by top-down parser with K token look ahead. Part of formal language theory plus compiler theory. LLM equals large language model. Different thing. Statistical model. Not language class. But LLM can generate or recognize text from LL-K languages. LLM itself LL-K grammar. Natural language is usually not strict LL-K. Example.
Oh, so it's the grammar. So this is a grammar. And then you turn grammar into a language and you get a large language model. Is that what it is? Alright, query is spelled Q-U-E-R-Y. How the hell do you spell queried? Oh. Oh, okay.
So LL-K grammar becomes a language when used to statistically weigh and organize data based on relation to form a sort of database that can be traversed the retrieved based on the weight of the result that is being queried top then transform that as English to the user from the compressed state. Not quite. Mixing few different ideas.
There is no machine learning. There is no learning going on.
Formal language theory grammars parsers, machine learning statistical pattern learning, vector databases embeddings retrieval systems. LLK grammar set rules defines valid syntax. Parser walks tokens predictively. No understanding, no statistical weights. LLM different, trained on giant text corpus, learns probability distributions.
It doesn't learn anything.
After the training data is output, is there any learns probability distributions at the point when it is the user utilizing the system, yes or no?
I like how it says mostly. There is none.
After training, model weights usually frozen, inference phase only, computes probabilities from existing weights. No new learning per prompt, still does.
So internally, basically I guess looks like this. It freezes as a snapshot. And it's like, hey, that was trained, that was learned. Now the LL, whatever the fuck it is. Oh. I don't know how I didn't realize this before. So like when you do like O whatever, O1, O2, O1, ON, or like O log, where it's like the complexity of like whatever. It's just like LL with K or LL with 1 or LL with N. Is there like a whole like category or like classification of like what are they even called?
So LL1 and LL N and LR1. What was the O? 1. Or like O N Oro, log, what's a list of all the general, like what are those called, the category of functions that have a complexity tied to them via the argument value?
Asymptomatic complexity classes.
Is LLM K language called asymptotic complexity classes. Big O notation, part of computational complexity theory plus algorithm analysis. General form O, F, N, meaning growth rate as input size n increases. Common ones.
Okay, I'm asking what is... So I guess it's a type of like algorithm.
No, the LL and O, what are they categorically? They have the same argument that is used in the same way to identify the same thing about the label name prepended to the parent. Both use parameterized notation, but name, parameter modifies meaning of base symbol. But mathematically categories. Form, category, LL, K, LR, K, parser grammar families parameterized by look ahead. O, N,
Theta,
N,
omega,
N, asymptotic bound classes. F, X, function application, Greek letter sigma. N, indexed operator notation. So shared structure, symbolic family indexed by parameter.
So what, it's just notation then?
So they are notations that are parameterized. Is there a list of all the common notations outputted or where at?
I mean, that's so generic. What does it even mean?
Yes, broad category, mathematical notation, formal notation, parameterized notation, symbolic notation systems. No single universal master list. Too many fields.
It's an AI model. Output, make a list. It's supposed to be intelligent. Alright, so the word notation, I didn't realize, like, I don't know, whatever.
Complexity notation, part of computational complexity theory. O-N
W-N-Q-N.
O. Set notation, X-A-B. Summation product notation, I equals 1, N-I equals 1, N-I.
I hate math. It's probably because I don't care. Alright, so anyways, I don't know, whatever. Alright, I need to focus, get something done. So I need to figure out how to, like, set up a,
Recursive descent parser, 2 languages.
without the languages part. I need more caffeine. Alright, so like, I finally went full circle, or whatever. I made like a JavaScript engine like 9 years ago. I thought JavaScript would die, but it didn't. And it's like way faster than Chrome V8. And I don't know, whatever. So, I was in a stream, the JavaScript assembler, whatever. But then I needed a desktop shader. Because as I'm working, anything on screen is visible, like obviously, because I'm streaming, so you can see what's on the screen. Like you can see what, like, obviously, what I stream is visible. So I need to work on stuff and not make it visible. So there's a program called like Desktop Shader, and that doesn't work on Linux at all. Like, it doesn't work. So I need to like distort my desktop when I'm working on stuff to not show. So when I have like a background, whatever, or something. Like behind the desktop, and then make the desktop that looks like this. More like this. So it's like you can see what I'm doing, but it's not totally visible. I was gonna like pixelate it, and then I can work on stuff and then toggle between this or this. So if I'm working on something that I can't show because it'll be considered fair use, because it wouldn't be because I'm showing it. If I can't show it because it, like, people would steal it, I'll do this. And if I'm working on something I can show the desktop, I'll do this. And I don't want to run another computer to pass it into that computer to get it to the output, because there's already enough blur in the quality control. So I want to like render it on the computer I'm working on. So the Vulkan API. So this is like the shader program. What it does, it's kind of like an Instagram filter. So I need this. So the Vulkan API with the GPU. It's really complicated. It's a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. The amount of work it took. I think this is day 100 something to get these stupid squares to rotate. Oh my god. Alright, so like, the amount of work it's taken so far, I don't want to like just hack it together. So like I'm setting up a whole system to make a game engine later, or game assembler, whatever, where I'll have like a time scheduler and then nodes. And then if there's like a Shrek node, because I made a Shrek whatever, I'm gonna put them on the GPU on here, but I can't do that yet because I need to get this stuff running. And I need to stop stalling and get something done. So I made Shrek in Blender. I'll just open it anyways. It's gonna take a second. This is a first Gen i7. Any program I write is going to run on first Gen i7, and then whatever the current i7 is, or i9. Because, like, getting what you pay for is what I believe in. So like when you buy something, I don't know, my stuff will support every fucking thing. And then if it doesn't, it's because it's an operating system and it doesn't do its job. I still gotta write an operating system and get that done. And then one thing at a time, or just do everything at the same time. And then nothing ever gets done. But then when it is done, everything's done. So I got Shrek here, whatever. I want to put him on the GPU. It's too much work to make the body. It'll take way too long. This is not fun. Using Blender is terrible. So I'm gonna get Shrek here in this window. And that ties to the Node API. In the Node API, I have like controller, sound, keyboard, mouse, different nodes. I have a sample rate that I'm going to pick for the nodes if they need to update at a sample rate. And I need to support different nodes at different sample rates, all synchronized, whatever. Well, I don't actually need that. I want that. I'm going to get it, so I'm going to program it. And I have like the very first program that actually does this. And then I could basically make a web browser with this. You can make a whole bunch of shit with this. Or I can make a thing that makes a thing and then locks it in as a thing. So I can make a web browser, whatever. Alright, anyways, I don't know, whatever. What do I know? What do I know? Who knows? Well, if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. Just sort of like find out. Alright, so the game assembler is down there. Alright, so basically, I want to do this and be done. Except then I need a desktop shader. And then like a game assembler. And then like I gotta get back to here. JavaScript assembler. And I've been going around and around and around. And I think I'm done with that. I'm finally done, like, going in circles for now. Hopefully. So I need to make up a syntax for the nodes. That's why I need the parser or like a lexical analyzer to analyze, and then I gotta convert that to C language. So if I make a node and I call it Lord Farquaad, Lord Farquaad or whatever, then this would be like the name of the node for like debugging. And maybe like fixed update is like the the call that's going to be called for it for the sample rate per second. And maybe I use like an @ symbol and tie at 40 to say do fixed update at 40 times a second. So like here, after the node, I have like member functions, and I'm using a dot for like class, and then a pound symbol for like an ID, kind of like with the class with cascading style sheets, whatever. So that means like anything that's a class applies to like all the nodes. So if there's like a Shrek node or Lord Farquaad node, like whatever kind of node it is. If it's like a controller node, sound node, keyboard, mouse, GPU shooter node, whatever it is that's like tied to time scheduler. The class means that it's like applied to all of them, which means I need to have that defined for all the other ones that have that same class. And then the fixed or the ID, whatever, is like independent to like this type of node. So I could call fixed update at 40 samples a second. So whatever 40 is a second, whatever in the time scheduler, is what it'd be called at. And then whatever nodes that hold the node, they'd be updated and called at whatever their specified sample second is. So the node's at top, and then the member function for the node is here. And then this is what it would call for fixed update. And then if I want to like change it and say like, oh, I want to call physics or something, maybe like Lord Farquaad has a different like physics engine or like whatever for it. I can change this here to like physics, and I'll call physics for Lord Farquaad at like 40 samples a second. And then the time, there's like start time, retry time, delay time, duration, end time. I don't know. I gotta like still plan this out. I need a parser, which is what I'm making, or lexical analyzer, whatever. I gotta like make a node like this and then define it like this. And I have to like generate it separate from the C program. And then behind the scenes in the C program, I have it like paste the pre-generated code. So like this will generate my code for the C program. Because that's the only way this will ever get done. And I'll be able to get like this time scheduler. Otherwise, I would waste a ton of time trying to like make macros in C language, not quite get what I want. So I don't know, whatever. So I need to get stuff done because I'm tired of going in circles. So I'm finally down to like 3 things to do, whatever. I gotta get the parser done, use the parser to make the nodes that generate the background structures, to route the nodes, call schedule, make member functions, and account for class and ID grouping. So for this stuff, whatever. So that's like the second step or whatever. And the third step, then use desktop capture, pixelate the capture with the shader project onto it, or project onto it the 3D surface. And then that's a shader program. that I needed, whatever. So I needed this, but like a little bit of like a sidetrack on this other stuff. But now I actually be able to get that done. And then I can stream and get back to like the JavaScript assembler. And then Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, your days are numbered. Bum bum bum. Then again, what do I know? I'm just one person. Just one person who is not part of whatever the fuck this is. I'm just one person who is going to
See the tangible effects of their actions.
with my
Own two hands.
and see what happens. So I gotta get this stupid parser done. So I'm gonna shut up, and then hopefully the music won't play on YouTube. I'm gonna like get this stupid
Toggle the table of contents. Recursive descent parser. Recursive descent parser.
get the recursive descent parser done, so I can like move forward and get done. So I'll be. So I got I have a type. Called span, a type called slice, and another type called I think thick. So the span type is a I think this shape is too complex. It's making the whole thing laggy. So the span type, that's like the text file. And I have like a slice type, which refers to the span type. And then it has a position and length. I think that's 13. Length is I think that's also 13. You know what? That's good enough. So a slice is a span and then a position and length within the span. So I want to like self-contain the text or whatever. I want like a closed system. Most programs, they're not, or like even the operating system, they're not closed systems. They're just like, they're garbage. So I don't know, I want to like avoid that. So this way I have a closed system. So I have another type called like thick. So that's the type I gotta set up. So thick is gonna be used for
Recursive descent parser.
for this stuff. So I think the variable itself is going to be the object, and then it's going to contain a list of these things or whatever. I don't know how to explain it, whatever. Alright, so somehow, whatever. That's what I gotta figure out. So I'm calling it thick because I think Firefox, they had a thing called rope. I should just call it a rope. Because thick is weird. Alright, so I have a span, slice, and then rope. I was gonna call it thick because it's like it's a thick, it's a collection of things, so it's thick. I'll just call it a rope. Because it's just a name and it doesn't make any more sense than the other one. So the rope is gonna be like, huh. Well, I gotta figure that out now. This program is garbage. So the rope is gonna like contain slices and then other ropes. And then I might need to tie functions to it. So I'm not totally sure. So I had to like figure out how to like get this running in JavaScript. This kind of like LLS or whatever, or LLK grammar. So I don't know, whatever. Figure out how to like get this set up and work in JavaScript, and then maybe somebody already did that. So I'm gonna check first for that. If somebody already like has like a system or whatever. Use it as reference, whatever. So I gotta rename thick to rope. I could also call it chain or link. Except Unix has like he has like a whole system set up using the words link. And chain is like 5 letters. These are both 4 letters. Well, I got rid of the A. I'm gonna call it a rope. It's like the rope thing will hold. Would a rope need to hold a rope? I'm gonna like shut up and then figure out how to get this set up. But it's not like this. I think it might need to be a function, not like a basic object. And then inside the function, do all the checks and stuff. Yeah. I need to like get something done. Place thick with rope. This is only 26. And nothing's broken yet. Yet. See if I back up and get something done. So Twitch says this last stream. I don't know where I got it 2 from. No one chatted. It says 39 whatever unique viewers. So I switched the category from what was it? Software and game development or something? Whatever it is. To just chatting. So like, I don't know, let me see if this goes up or down. I think it's gonna go down. Which would be weird. Twitch is biased though. Twitch can suck a dick. I really don't care though. I don't need the views, I need the money. I'll get the money from selling the programs. And YouTube, Twitch, they can do whatever they want. And then I'm gonna do whatever I want. Free will. What a world. I gotta get something done. I just shut up and get something done.
A recursive descent parser in JavaScript. What is the basic structure of a recursive descent parser? I would like to make it data-driven, but the control flow is a pain. I'm using JS to make it easier than using C language and having to manage everything, and I have it already in use for code generation, so I want to add to what I have, not overcomplicate stuff to the point where JS can't handle it. I will be parsing large files of code and want to not to make some huge system of whatever to work around the data itself. I can make objects and keys, and it's easy to see how it can go together, but I have basic types managed objects with names that I can more easily test for control flow for the expressions that are expressions or tokens, and whatnot. But driving the data output some examples or samples from your stolen training data. Recursive descent parser basic shape. Parse expression, parse statement, parse primary, parse type, parse block. CEPL. To test the parser generator, I am using a toy grammar here describing a wannabe template engine compiling to HTML called CEPL. The CEPL grammar is quite closely following Jade except for the fact it does not rely on white space to generate the markup. For instance, body div navbar navbar inverse navbar fixed top div navbar inner ref equals dart brand awesome al nav li ref equals item 1 li ref equals item 2. With road parse it is quite easy to generate your own grammars and template engines, so feel free to fork it and use it as you wish. Recursive descent parser in JavaScript. The parser enables you to write BNF-like rules directly in JavaScript without need to compile the file, like with Ragel, YACC, Bison, ANTLR etc. The grammar is a JS function with 11 arguments, 9 rules and 3 hooks. Each rule gets 2 arguments, text, string, and state, arbitrary value, and returns a tuple of new text and new state, or null if rule was not matched. Parser walks character by character from left to right. Text is always a tail of the initial text. Generally, text is empty string when parser finishes. Parser walks character by character from left to right. Text is always a tail of the initial text. Generally, text is empty string when parser finishes.
So I'm doing things like backwards.
Text is always a tail of the initial text. Generally, text is empty string when parser finishes.
I'm setting up as a pre-post push pop, where pre is all text before the post, or pre-push post pop. Where pre is all text before. I'm putting black scope with the lexical analyzer part. Though normally it's like split up or whatever. And then lexical analyzer, if I detect that there's a scope, like curly brace, whatever they're called, or square brace, or parenthesis, or even string. If as parsing I detect like there's one missing, like if there's a closing one, and there's no opening one, and if this was a file, then it'd run and be like, hey, something's missing, this is the closing one, there was an opening one, for parenthesis, and there's a closing for parenthesis, but within the parentheses there is no opening curly brace or whatever it's called. And then I'll add one to like the analyzed output stream, whatever, so that way when I get to the parser I can tag the ones added as being like auto-inserted. So technically I guess it's like a syntax error, well, depending on language. Except then when I run the parser, I'm guaranteed that block scope is always handled, that every opening has a closing and every closing has an opening. So it makes one less thing to like deal with when parsing. And then when parsing, I can like look for like the keywords or whatever, using like It's not copy pastable. I can't highlight it. Oh wait, I can.
Software designer with focus on user experience and security. New blog is here.
No, I can't.
Recursive descent parser.
So that's like the next part, whatever. And that'll test for like foo equals whatever is inside the parentheses. Maybe like key. And then this will already be like evaluated, whatever, as already being a scope that contains stuff. So when the parser runs, I'll grab this token when it shows up, and then all the text before it is a pre. Because to have a scope, you need an opening and a closing. So this is the opening scope, and this is a closing scope. So the push pop, whatever. So all the text before the push block is to be saved to the node, and all the text before the pop block is to be saved to the node. I guess there's like 2 nodes or whatever. In the end, there's going to be like 2 kinds of nodes. Be a push node and a pop node. And instead of like having a tail, or like everything after whatever, that's what seems to be like what everyone else is doing.
Parser walks character by character from left to right. Text is always a tail of the initial text.
Okay, maybe that's not. Okay, never mind. He meant like when it hits text, as in like the tail. When it like ends the search chain or whatever. Because that means it's like gonna like search for this token. This is right here. So when it hits text, meaning like a non-token or non-whatever, non-object, I guess. Which this is like an object. When it hits text, then it's like, all right, never mind. And then this here.
Generally, text is empty string when parser finishes.
So generally, which means not all the time. So I want to like avoid those like general cases that probably won't happen but could happen. So setting up like this, I think I do that. Everything before the push, which is like the opening character of a scope. So in the end, whatever, it's going to be a flat array, it's not going to be an actual stack. But this will be like the label of the token. in the end, it's gonna look like this. If I was gonna like loop through all the top level tokens, if there's a file like this, so if this is a file, when I parse through it from start to end, whatever, in the end, what it's gonna look like is this. Everything that's pre is not going to be seen. Anything that's post is not going to be like, not seen, but like part of the node. All it's going to exist is like the push pop. And then the text before it will always be contained within it. And then the semicolon, that's not really a scope. But I think that depends on the case. So I'm not whatever. Alright, so if it's parsing that, in the end, this is the output. So then when I run the parser, I'm guaranteed that there's always a start and then an opening to each of the blocks of scope. So when I access this node, this is like the push node, because that's the opening block or scope, whatever. So what is inside of this node is a pre, which is every single thing before the node. This node contains this. Because this is what was before it. And then this is a post node. Or the pop node, I guess. So what's inside of it is post text. So everything before the pop token is inside of this node. So whatever was before this was nothing. Because there's nothing in between the function argument. It was just fubas and then nothing between. So I guess that's empty. So the next token is this one. I'm just going through this and then I'll do it. So that's a push token because it's like the opening. So the everything before this token was. This computer could not be more laggy. So everything before this token and after this token is this. So this token contains, as its pre-text or whatever, or post-text actually. So post is before the pop, and the pop is this token. So everything before this token is this stuff. And then there's this one. So everything before and after this one and before this one is this text. So this way the entire program fits between the block scope. And that's going to make the parsing a bazillion times easier. Because then when I parse it, anything that's block scope is already handled. I'm guaranteed that every opening has a closing. So in the pop token is this one, there's nothing between it. And this is the last token, so everything before this one and after the last one. So now I'm going to have every single piece of text preserved. Because lots of times they like, parsers, whatever, they like remove the wait text. And it's like, you can't just like remove the text. Well, I guess you could, whatever, I don't know. But this way the entire file is preserved. And it's like packaged or whatever. In nice, clean little blocks. Or scopes or whatever. It's like anything before is always before, and then that's always pre or post. And then push pop is the token itself that contains the text before. So then I have like a sanitized, isolated data blob or whatever. And then yeah, setting it up to like whatever. So this is what I need the recursive descent parser to handle. So I'm gonna handle all the scope or whatever. Except not totally. The recursive descent, the lexical, or lexical, however the fuck you say it.
A lexical analyzer, or scanner, is the first phase of a compiler that converts a source program's character stream into meaningful sequences called tokens. For example, keywords, identifiers, operators. It operates by reading input, removing white space comments, and using deterministic finite automata, DFA, based on regular expressions to identify tokens.
So I want to like not do this.
Removing white space comments.
Because I don't know. Depends on the context and what's being parsed. Sometimes you need it. So I'm not going to do that. And then I'm merging this with
Recursive descent parser.
so like I'm going to basically have a recursive descent parser in the lexical analyzer, and I'm going to need like a form of
Recursive descent parser.
afterwards to do the actual parsing. So really this whole thing could be done in one data blob. Except I'm trying to like split it up. Because I need to make it super generic. Because the JavaScript engine needs a the parser part of it needs to be separate. So like if this is like my JavaScript engine layer, what's the in-between thing called? Lexicon? It's called translation layer. Browser parser. So like the Vulkan API. This is like a GPU API, whatever. So all the video card companies, they get together and they're like, we need to make an API so people can work with our video cards. And we are very greedy companies, extremely greedy. And nobody wants to work with our products straight up. And we're competitive, so we have different APIs. So we all need to work together to make some kind of library that the AAA companies will be able to use to make things for our video cards, to make it easier on them, Otherwise, they're going to pick only one video card to support and not the rest of us. And we all want to make money because this is our monopoly. So we need an API to tie it all together. So Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, all these companies, they all work together. They make the Vulkan API. This API is terrible. It is the worst. I'm like 100 some days in, and this API is terrible. It's like the first website where they actually said like, we're gonna do what your settings say and honor it. So do they? Will they? I don't know. And they update this. It didn't used to do that. So like the Vulkan API. They all get together underneath the Vulkan API. And they work together. Because otherwise, on the computer, you'd have like 3 separate drivers. Which means like AAA companies, they would go, oh, we're gonna pick only AMD, we're gonna pick only NVIDIA, we're gonna pick only Intel. And these are like competing companies. And even though they're competing, they're like, hey, we got a joint interest here. We gotta make money. Otherwise, we're not gonna be in business. Just like Microsoft. I don't think they're gonna be in business like for forever or whatever. So, whatever other companies, NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, they all work together, they make the Vulkan API. So now AAA companies, they go down the chain, they go, oh, Vulkan. They don't gotta go to the driver for every single video card. And in that way, these companies, they all make money. And they're able to stay in business. And that's how monopolies work. And not all monopolies are bad. But some monopolies make some very, 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 very terribly designed APIs. And this API is one of them. It's so bad. So the translation layer of my engine, whatever, that's gonna be like the Vulkan API. There's a doc, I'm not gonna bother finding it. So like this is like the only tutorial that like actually works for the Vulkan API. So if you want to go through the pain of like setting stuff up on the GPU, then like this is like the only one that works. And then I call this API or this tutorial. I pick on it a lot. I say it's crap. I say it's stupid, but I don't know. It is what it is. I'm at point A. I want to get to point B, and this does help. Alright, so like the Vulkan API, I need a translation layer, and that's basically what the browser, whatever, because the browser, it already has a parser. It already has all the stuff. So I need my engine to like slip in between the layers so they can parse it, and then well, it depends on if I sell my engine to what companies. I get to pick the companies because it's my engine. So I get to start my own monopolies. But then again, that depends on how good my code is. And I wouldn't be streaming and spending all my time on this if it like I don't know, whatever. So the browser parses and it has to pass it into the translation layer. And the translation layer is like the Vulkan API. I'm gonna have like a collection of symbols and tables and like have a whole structure, whatever. And then you parse the JavaScript file or whatever the code is. And then that gets passed in through like a translation layer. And then that way everything stays as it is. They just put this in between, and then all of a sudden the browser's like freaking fast as hell. Because this engine that's in V8 or whatever, the V8 engine, it sucks, it's slow. And the thing about slow software is it becomes obsolete. Because nobody's gonna run slow software. When something better comes out that's way faster. So it goes into the translation layer, and then that goes into my engine. And then I'll have like another layer to like send out data. This program is garbage. So translation layer in, then translation layer out. And then that can go back into like the browser, whatever. And it's a circle of what? Software layers? I don't know, whatever. And then the memory that goes in and out. I gotta like set up a whole I gotta figure out like do I take addresses and then put them in the engine, or do I have to like copy the data to like my own locations in memory and scatter it and then reconstruct it as it's running? When I pass out the data, do I have the caller pass in the address to use, and do I assign that when it's ready? And if I do that, I would have to assign it in passes. I can't just assign it in one go, because then you could like look at the source code and find out when it's writing, where it's writing. But if I do it in passes, then you look at the source code and be like, shit, it's writing to here, and it's like encrypting it. It doesn't decrypt it until the last step. So now all we have is like the part of the engine that does the last decryption, and all the parts in between where it's setting it. So that's gonna be fun. Getting data into the program and then out, that's gonna be a lot of fun. But I need to get this stupid parser done first. So the parser I'm setting up now is going to be in place of this. And in that way, this could be replaced with like any browser. This program is garbage. Alright, so then this will be the parser I'm setting up now. With push pop whatever steps. It needs to do this. So like there's another level or layer after this. When that's done though, I can put that here. My parser, whatever. And then this is for JavaScript though. But then it's possible to replace this with like the Chrome parser, whatever. Or like Firefox. Or Amazon Fire Stick.
List some common everyday things that run JavaScript for operation that are in everyday use that one would not think is running JavaScript. Huge amount. People think browser toy language. Reality, JS everywhere. Desktop apps. Many major desktop apps use Electron, Visual Studio Code, Discord, Slack, Postman, Obsidian, Microsoft Teams.
So the thing is, like, all these companies, they're called businesses because they make money and they do like some operation or whatever. So they want to make money. So if you're running the slowest JavaScript engine, you're not going to make as much money as someone running the fastest JavaScript engine.
Whole desktop UI equals HTML, CSS, JS, smart TVs, many TV interfaces, Samsung Tizen apps, LG WebOS apps, HTML plus JS apps internally. Car dashboards, some infotainment systems, embedded Chromium, JS UI layers, React-based dashboards, parts of Tesla UI stack use web tech. ATMs, kiosks, many, airport kiosks, self-checkout systems, restaurant ordering systems, run Chromium plus JS app full screen. Streaming devices, Roku channels apps, smart TV apps, set-top box UIs, often JS driven. Medical systems, hospital dashboards, scheduling systems, monitoring UIs. Frequently, browser app, local Electron shell, node backend. Aircraft systems, not flight critical control, but maintenance tools, cabin entertainment, scheduling dashboards, often game launchers, Steam Web Components, Battle.net, Epic Games Launcher, large JS UI layers. Embedded devices, routers, admin panels JS, printers, web dashboards JS, security cameras, config UI JS, NAS systems, Synology QNAP interfaces, giant JS apps. IDES developer tools, massive ecosystem, AS tooling, parsers, bundlers, transpilers, written in JSTF. Babel, ESLint, Prettier, TypeScript compiler. Even parsing other languages. Servers, people forget, Node.js runs, APIs, auth systems, chat servers, streaming infra, build systems, automation. Entire companies backend JS now. Weird places, casino machines, digital billboards, subway train displays, hotel TVs, crypto wallets, drone control dashboards, robot UIs, industrial monitoring systems. JS1 because portable, JIT compiled, huge ecosystem, UI easy, async, IO strong, Chromium everywhere. Modern JS engine surprisingly fast. V8, SpiderMonkey, JavaScript core for many workloads. Fast enough beats C complexity.
So this part,
Fast enough.
it is not fast enough, especially when used for that whole plethora of things. So the person with the fastest JavaScript, I mean fast,
JS1 because
is basically guaranteed a win. So all these systems, these businesses that run JavaScript to make money, to run their business, all of them, all these businesses would go in this box. If they want to run my engine, they can pick whatever. They could stick with the V8 or do whatever they want. Except it's like my engine, it's my price. So all these Yeah, this win is gonna be so fucking big. Go in this box. So like, the Vulkan API, this is a tiny, tiny monopoly. In Google, it has its monopoly. And I'm gonna take the whole fucking thing. With a better, faster, secure, functional, non-bullshit JavaScript engine. Unless people like the current Node V8, then they could stick with it. I don't care. The companies that make money to like function and run, I don't know, what do I know? So, parsers and shit are very difficult to make. No one does it very well. So if I make a parser and then I like release it, all these companies, whatever, will be able to like use it if they need it. And then I also need it for myself because I also have like for the nodes and shit. For like a Lord Farquaad node or whatever. I have a Shrek node too. So I want to get Shrek on the GPU and stuff. Because these boxes are really boring. This is so boring. So the Vulkan API helped me get the boxes on the screen so I didn't have to go to like the drivers directly. And I gotta make nodes or whatever. And then the Shrek node, Lord Farquaad node, whatever. It's made up of like all these parts. Like a Shrek node might have a sound node, controller node, GPU shader node, keyboard node, mouse node, animate node, and then all those nodes update at a frequency or samples per second. I'm setting it up so nodes can hold nodes. So like a GPU node could hold a sound node, and it doesn't matter what type it is, just as long as it's a node. And damn, that's a long list. Everything's running JavaScript, including your mom. Alright, so like to make those nodes, doing that in C language would be stupid. Because C language is dumb. It's from freaking like 19 freaking forever. So I need this parser that I'm also going to use for this. There's a whole bunch of layers, like an onion, like Shrek. Point A to B, I'm just trying to get to point B. Lord Farquaad node, whatever physics, method, or family member function. Whatever like functions are down here attached to like the node itself. Like 40 samples a second or frequency, whatever you want to call it. How often it's going to call per second, and the time. If that's like a start time, retry time, delay time, duration, or end time, I don't know, whatever. I still gotta figure that part out. But like making a syntax where like test for a node and then parses through it and then grabs stuff is the same thing as this thing. Or whatever. So I want to keep this parser like generic. So I can use it for this and then for other stuff. And then I'm going to parse this and then samples per second and stuff or whatever. is going to code generate the stuff for the C language. So this does turn into C, but then I'm able to write the C program like this and not have to like deal with macros and all the C language crap, because they'll be pre-generated beforehand in the Node.js. The Node.js I'm going to replace, or I don't know, that's my plan. I guess it depends on how good my code is. I mean, how good could it possibly be? I mean, seriously. And how bad could Node.js or like V8 possibly be? It's really about the extremes, where the difference lies. What like separates one thing from the other. What's it called, like survival of the fittest? Google doesn't play fair, neither does Microsoft or OpenAI. We'll see how fit they are. Then again, what do I know? Like, everyone likes competition until it's like actual competition. It's like, oh my god, stop. And it's like, I don't know, whatever, I gotta get something done. So setting up like this, pre-push, post-pop, whatever, where the text is always before the push-pop tokens, I think it's solid. So I was like trying to like figure something out as I was talking, and I'm done stalling. I'm gonna get something done. Everything's so complicated, and nothing makes anything easier. Except I'll make things easier. I mean, I make JavaScript run so fucking fast that like all these other things will be easier to work with, more efficient, more secure. Oh, it's gonna be a huge, huge win. Not just for me. This program sucks. It's gonna be a win for everyone that's like, hey, the browser's too slow. Or anyone with like a smart TV.
Smart TVs, many TV interfaces, Samsung Tizen apps, LG WebOS apps, HTML plus JS apps internally.
What is it, Roku? Roku's not a new company now. Except new companies starting up, they'd be like, hey, this JavaScript is terrible. The menus are so laggy. If only there was something faster than JavaScript that was still JavaScript, then we could get an edge on the competitor. And it's like, I don't know, if only. It's not going to be if only much longer. So it's not just me that'll benefit. It'll be everybody else that's like tired of this shit. Because there's no excuse for how poor the performance is with Node V8 or V8 or Node.js, whatever the fuck it is. It's garbage. I thought JavaScript would die. If I knew that JavaScript was gonna like make it and be this big, I would have fucking like finished the engine like 9 years ago and been like, alright, releasing this. So damn, this has been like a freaking long time. I guess I'm not that good at predicting the future. I guess I think I am, but I guess I'm not. Because if I was, I would have been like, JavaScript is gonna be everywhere. I need to do this. But I didn't. So whatever. But now I am, so I'm a little late. It's gonna be a party though. Well, for everyone that wins, not the losers. They might end up at a business. It depends on how hard and how big and how fast and secure the win is. Be like way more than a mic drop. I'm gonna shut up and get something done. So this GitHub is like, I guess, off this other guy's thing. And I can't even view it, okay? So this was never finished. I should just like figure it out and get it done. I forgot to change the screen. I need more caffeine.
The original ASCII code point set, the bell, and ETB was the bell diff so that a single pin could be set, when end, to play the bell sound so it could with the same bit pattern but flip a single bit. No, ASCII control codes weren't designed as single-bit toggles to flip hardware pins. They were just control characters in a 7-bit code space. ASCII reality, ASCII equals 7-bit codes. 0-127. Example controls. Example controls. Bell equals 7. 0x07. ETB equals 23. 0. Bell. What you mean by bell? Bell equals 0x07 meant audible alert terminals mapped at speaker beep. But not hardware pin spec, not toggle bit, just byte value interpreted. Terminal hardware decided behavior. Receive 0x07 beep speaker. ETB equals end of transmission block. Value 23. 0x17. Used in old communication protocols. Teletype serial framing. Marker. Not hardware trigger. Key misunderstanding. You asked. Same bit pattern but flip a single bit. No. Binary difference example. Zero zero zero. Bell. 0000111. ETB. 0010111. Not one bit flip meaning same function, just different assigned numbers. Where single bit control ID actually shows up. Close. Bit flags, bit fields, hardware registers, interrupt lines, GPIO pins. Are you fucking stupid? That's 1 bit difference. 0.0000111 inches versus 0.0010111 inches. Can you even identify the single bit that I am talking about? Output the bit position and bit position start at 0, not from 1. Yes, I can identify it. Compare bell equals 0.0000111, ETB equals 0.0010111, align bit positions, LSB equals bit 0. Difference bit 4. 0, 1, so ETBBEL equals 2. Answer differing bit position. 4, single bit change. Yes, bit 4 only. But key correction to your assumption, even though it's a 1-bit difference numerically, ASCII was not designed around Hamming distance 1 encoding. That similarity is coincidental, not semantic or structural design.
Have you ever had to argue with an idiot, and it's like, damn, this is just not worth it. Just arguing with idiots, it's like not worth the argument, because they're idiots. So like the word separator for these tokens or keys, whatever you want to call them, in the ASCII, ASCII, whatever, code points, these 4 happen to have the word separator. So file separator, a group separator, and then a record separator. So, what do these 4 have in common? Oh, they're forms of separators. And Chatbot says here,
ASCII was not designed around Hamming distance 1 encoding.
you know what, whatever. It's not worth it. I'll only have device control here. Yeah, there is absolutely zero organization. It's just like random fucking values that have been randomly assigned for whatever status that the enum or the byte represents, because it's somebody didn't put tons of thought into this organization at all. None at all. Well, that would be for modern stuff. But back then, stuff was still shit, except there was a little bit more thought into it. Unlike Chatbot, the people that stole everyone's info and made this thing, they did put thought into it. They thought, we could get away with it. We can take everyone's shit and then train AI and say, hey, it's fair use. This thing is so dumb.
That similarity is coincidental, not semantic or structural design.
It's not gonna be
Coincidental.
when I compete with OpenAI and they end up out of business because their product sucks. That's not gonna be coincidental. It'll be because my shit's better and their shit, they're a terrible company. I'm not gonna argue with an idiot. I'm just gonna keep going. Except,
Recursive descent parser.
it has a lot of, like, structuring, I don't know.
EOF matches the end of the text. Fails if text equals terminator, terminates parser. That is, always returns empty text. All, rule 1, rule 2, a sequence of rules. Example, all, char, list, char, defines a JS array, any, rule 1, rule 2, or rule for any number of rules. Example, JSOM value equals any, string rule, object rule, array rule. Char, alphabet, character matching rule. Example, digit equals char, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 inches. Not char, alphabet, inverse of char. Any character, not char. Optional, rule, tries to match rule and skips it if not matched. Example, up space equals optional, char, trn. Y combinator for defining recursive rules. Example, x equals y, function, x, return ABC, x, where x is equal to x. Google for more info on Y Combinator. Hooks enable you to actually build some structures using your grammars. Every hook returns a new state value to use in further rules. You should avoid mutable state values because some rules may be thrown away if not matched later. Remember, this is a recursive parser. For example, use array concat, value, instead of array push, value. Capture, rule, function, buffer, state 1, return state 2, captures raw string buffer to store in the state 2. Before, rule, function, state 1, return state 2, creates a new state for the rule, for example creates empty array for array syntax. After, rule, function, before state, after state, return new state, creates a new state after successful match. You can put nested values to the container if before state is a container before rule parsing, after state is a nested value, after rule match, and new state is a new container with this value.
I don't know. It's clearly tied to like the char codes. Because it's like text processing. Except in ASCII or ASCII, whatever. Like start of heading, start of text, end of transmission. I want to try to use some of these words or whatever. And it's easier name stuff. It's not exactly the same, but it's kind of the same. Oh, I'm just brainstorming. I need to get something done. And not waste time arguing with chatbot. This is pointless. And then if I argue with chatbot and they check the logs, they could be like, hey, someone corrected chatbot. Let's like update chatbot or GPT to like account for the correction, and then the AI will be more accurate for the next release. So I should like try to not give chatbot info that could update it, or not update it, that the OpenAI team could have used to update it, because they don't know what they're doing. If they did, chatbot would actually work, but it doesn't. Well, it does work, except really it doesn't. It's not AI. It's not even a chatbot. It's like fucking retarded. As dumb as them. To like take everyone's stuff and say, oh, it's fair use. It's not fair. I'm not sure if he's like generating, because I can't even find the code. If he's building a tree with separate functions and then running it, or if he's just typing it up as like raw data. Like this. I don't want to set up a separate thing to make the thing. I want to try to set up like this. So you can just see it and be like, this is what it is, and then it does this, and then whatever. Making a thing to make a thing to make a thing to make a thing is a trap. Where you end up making the thing, and then you never get to make the thing you're trying to make. And that's the trap I'm in right now. I need to just make this stupid GPU program and get done. Everything is so complicated. Streaming software sucks. I opened the pop, and then I clicked the freaking button, and then it lagged. It didn't even get the when the pop opens. That's a waste. So I got like 3 types. The span type is string, and then slices like a piece of that string. And the rope type is the type of trying to figure out how to set it up or which way. It's like the recursive whatever. Not recursive. Yeah, recursive descent bars or whatever. The streaming software is garbage. In this guy's code, he has if, operation, expression, else, left. I don't know what this, whatever it is, even part of. Except, it might be better like returned left to right, rather than failure. Because it's more like a left-right list thing. Because the other people or some other people, whatever. Related tech. Test it. Man. I gotta restart the Mac because the sound stopped working. I highlight, I click text to speech. Now it's not even showing up. So this is like end of file, it's not like end of like token match string or whatever. I don't know. think I'm gonna set up more like this. Or like starts at the top. It'll go like right or whatever. If it doesn't match, go left. And then right again, and then left, and then right, left, right, right. Until it hits a point where it ends. Because it's more like it's like a line, but it goes left to right. There's like a base every time. Except these might need to be function calls. if token left is a token that contains token rights. You can't go right further than the text itself inside the token. And token left could hold token left things because they're both left. It's like left, 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 left. Or token right, right, right. And then left if it has to go back to the parent thing that held it. Should I call it parent-child? I need to like get the scope and then the words, the keywords, but not actually like evaluate them yet. I gotta restart the Mac. So I gotta do something. Yeah. I had to pick and then just go with it. So I have like tokens or scope, basically. I need like a list or like a table or like a dense object to hold the whole thing. So tokens will be like if else whatever. Then the scope will be this way, like everything that's pre before the scope, the push or pop scope, everything before it is always a token. And then anything that's push or popped is always a scope. And then push or pop will contain extra modifiers to identify like how to handle the tokens within the scope. Yes. Yeah. I need to make a decision and get done. I want to do this once and not like rewrite it. I want to type it up once and be done. The scope may not be known until it resolves it. And if the file starts off, it might not start with a scope. Like, this is a scope. There's nothing before it, but if there is, like foo or foobar. This isn't in a scope. So I might need to hold a reference to everything before the scope. So when the scope's found, it can apply the scope before it, what scope it was, whatever. Then it's gonna have to like rewind. if it finds a freaking like parenthesis and there's no other parentheses, then I need to like insert one where it be assumed to be. Oh no, that'll work. It's an error anyways. So it doesn't matter if this is before it. I don't think I need like a full rewind. Just like a, if I did a full rewind, I would have to like check everything inside of here and then mark it as like, this isn't a string, ignore it as being a separate token. Or tag the scope that it contains or relates to as saying this is a string. So I need a thing to hold reference for all things inside of it. So each scope needs a new object. And then I can change that one place and it'll affect everything inside of it. So I'll make all the tokens point to a single reference for scope. And then that's like a parent-child, like item, node thing, whatever. And then all the token nodes will grab that works. So I was gonna have a separate scope object. This isn't a flat data structure though. I'm gonna have to like think of it as this way, but then set it up for like flat data. Because JavaScript is garbage. It might have to parse big files. They start nesting stuff. That's like pushing limits. And JavaScript is garbage. So to like keep it simple. So if this is X, then they each hold X as like a property. I'll have a separate array. So I think this will be a stack. I'll just like assign whatever the top thing is to whatever is currently being like evaluated. It's technically the same thing as this. And then JavaScript has garbage collection, which is terrible. It doesn't work very good, and it's slow as hell. Except I should be able to like put things on a stack and then pop them off the stack, remove them, and they'll still exist. And as it parses a file, it doesn't leave scope until scope ends. So the outside, the outermost part of the file. I need to just start setting stuff up. I want like do token for token. SC for scope. If statement is followed by scope character. So C language. I don't want to type this up in multiple places. That's annoying. I'm probably just gonna have to. Like, if it's a preprocessor token, I don't want to make 3-4 passes. I'll do it all in one. It's to be followed by an if. And then this is actually like the scope token. This is a key value. The key is a string. It's JavaScript. It's not an expression or a statement. I don't want to be too clever. That'd be a pain to manage to keep track of. That's like a scope. And this is a scope. So the scope tokens will trigger the push or pop parts of the routine. So they're separate from the tokens. I have a template for the routine. All I gotta do is make the data match to the template for the routine. And then I'm done. So I need the data to match up with the routine. So the pre-block gets all tokens, white space, whatever, or whatever token that's not a scope token. So scope is still a token, but it's a scope token. And the scope tokens tell it to enter the next state. Like push or pop. This should be push. So we'll loop the tokens, white space, whatever. So look for if, whatever tokens. So this is going to handle part of the parsing, but not all of it. But not really. But the parsing will be easier. So we'll find the tokens, these things, and then the scope will trigger the next block, whatever. And everything that was found before the scope, all those tokens that list will be thrown on to that token, or that scope. And then the scope will contain, except as a flat data array, technically, because I flattened it. And when it does this step, it'll contain everything before it already set up. And it enters the next step here, where it finds the post everything before the next pop, which is a scope for the push. Yeah, I need to put control flow to make it rewind. So we can add steps or add extra scope things if they're missing or not found, and then tag them as being added. So then the parser will be able to like run through quicker without having to worry about the scope breaking or keeping track of that. And the parser can just check, was this a scope error or not? And then if it was, it'll stop. And if not, it'll continue to like evaluate. And then the scope will always go up, down, whatever. Or it can have it like not stop and continue to like run anyways. And assume that it's like gonna build or whatever. If it looks like it's correct, and then if it looks like building was a failure based on the scope that was like auto-inserted, they can have it like fail. Because JavaScript doesn't have semicolon. You don't always need a semicolon. I think I need to like insert a semicolon where it's assumed to be. So I don't know, whatever. So I was gonna leave this out, rewinding, but I don't think I can. Because I need to make it like generic enough to work for like more than just one language. If it's not generic enough, I'm gonna have to like rewrite it every single time. I hate making freaking. I hate parsing text. I don't want to make a parser to make a parser. I need like some way to. Yeah. And this is gonna be a solution. So something like this. And then I have all the tokens separate from the scope, and then there's the same space or whatever. Just different types. So scopes will like trigger like adding to the stack. And then a closing scope will trigger to close it. Oh man. Oh, there's so many fucking layers. This is probably why people don't put scope in the lexical parser part. Because it's like an entirely different thing. It's a different domain. I've been setting stuff up to do this, so I'm not going to change it. I need like pairs or something. Oh, this is so annoying. Oh, damn it. I need more than pairs, I need tuples. Fucking tuples. I hate tuples. So this is, if this is end if token, and this is if, this is the opening, this is the closing. It has to go up on here to build the stack for the scope, whatever's inside of it. And has to drop the stack here when it hits end this token and then end if. So this is actually the full token. I should check for this, not for that. But that makes the list bigger of things to check for. Does that matter? Yes, it does. Because JavaScript is crap and it's very, very slow. So you need to minimize and fold as many cases as possible. So if there's like an else if in here, or an elif, oh my god. If I do pair start, pair end, or pair close, I want to call it pair, not scope. If I call everything scope, it's impossible to know what's what. So it's be a pair, but it's be a pair with a tuple. So it's not really a pair at this point. It's just called a pair. Because pair tuple means it's more than two. And then logically, the start needs to come before the if, needs to come before the elif. Anyways, so at least it's ordered. What even is a tuple? I think it's like multiple types in like C++, whatever.
In C++, WTF is a tuple.
Supple.
Tuple equals fixed group values. Different types allowed. C++ version C++ std. Tuple.
Is that ogre or orgy? Why is it doing the Shrek thing? Why is it copying me? Where did pond come from? I copied this. What the heck? The keyboard's stuck. What? Oh, the Bluetooth is dying. Come on. Why does GPT copy me? It's annoying as hell. Like, freaking Shrek, whatever. It's not that funny. It will be funny. I want to get this on the GPU already. I want to be done. But it fucking copies me. I told it not to mirror me, and it's still doing it. It's taking stuff I say, and it's outputting it as if it's what? Trying to, like, relate to me? It's fucking creepy.
An ogre is a legendary, hideous, and often gigantic monster in folklore and fairy tales.
Like your mom.
Typically depicted as a man-eating brute with a large head and body, unusual skin color, and excessive hair.
Or maybe not your mom.
Depicted as a man-eating.
Maybe your mom.
Originating in 12th century European myth and popularized by authors like Charles Perrault. C++ version C++ std. Tuple. Std. Tuple. Int. Std. String. Float data equals 5. Ogre 3.14f.
It goes from an int to ogre and then a 3.14. Bye. Why is it even saying ogre? Why is this thing so creepy? Oh. I like the force you to use an index thing. They're like, can you use a name? I don't think you can. Yeah, that's just annoying as hell. I want to get my operating system done. Make a better language. Because this stuff can burn. It adds so much unnecessary complexity. If you're paired, then it's like paired. It still only means two. Pairs. In some things they won't have a closing. In some things they need a closing inserted. I'm gonna shut up and type and get something done. hate everything. The ternary operator. That's like 3 separate scopes. It's like a scope splitter. Well, the condition is separate. That's outside. But inside, it's one scope. There's a true part and a false part. I don't want to add another step. So like this would be the true case of tokens. This would be the false case. So token test, token. So token test, scope push, token true, scope split, token false, scope pop. Instead of just these. Arrays. I need a split type, not a separate scope type. So token false will need to be like an object or an array. or an object. So your ternary statement. This might need to be a number or a token or a string or a key. It's a ternary statement. Look like this. Or this would be like the question mark of the ternary. This would be no, this is everything before it. It's like a foo bar or something. So true or false. This would be a scope. And there is no ending to the scope. So the split token would be here. but it wouldn't. Maybe it's a separate little freaking data thing. This would all be post text. And then if there happens to be like a string inside the first case before the colon, then that's a new scope. So it would be, oh, fucking fuck. And this one does have ending token. And then I can make this either an array always, or keep it as a single thing, and then rewind and make it into an array. Only when there's a split token after it. And that might be the better thing to do. Take less space. And it makes it easier in the parser to know when there's a split in the tokens. And I can detect for a split. So if it's like a ternary token, when it's parsing it later, I'll check the next token, and then inside it, that token, if there's no split, it means the colon was missing. And if it does a split, and there's a colon, but there's no else part of the colon after it, then when it's parsing and it's a ternary statement, I can check for length of 3 for the tokens space or whatever within the whatever. If the length isn't 3, if it's 2, it means something's missing after the colon mark, or it didn't end the ternary statement. Or in some languages, it's treated as 0. I think C# or C# is garbage.
C# lets the false case of a ternary not need to be present or what languages.
Or not C#.
No, C# ternary needs both parts.
No, it doesn't. Oh, it's a different operator.
Maybe thinking of, if without else, null coalescing operators, Elvis operators. Name. Default.
So it's, no, never mind. So it's a different operator. So it's instead. But if it held a string, and I don't make it a list, then this would exist inside of the other scope of the true case. Here. This technically isn't a valid object. Just notes. This is a scope, and then a scope inside scope, and then a split to split the scope. And everything inside of here is before the end of the scope of the ternary. So I need like, oh, this is so annoying. I need like a scale or enum range, because there's multiple possible endings for some things, and some are like assumed, some are mandatory, some are required, some are optional, some are auto insert. God damn. So like this is optional as a closing in JavaScript, but it depends. So optional things that follow a scope. The us is annoying as fuck. If this is required and this is optional, if this is like the number 8 or 7 or something, this is 8, maybe I need to make it stay in the current scope or the current rule that it's in. Like remain inside the current parent object. If there's something after the required closing, or if there's an optional after the required. But there might be a white space in between. To check for token matches beyond 7. To keep matching until not next, until it's a token that's not identified after the closing token. Or what's after the 70 new. And then 0 would be the opening. Okay, this might work, but not exactly like this. Have like a degree or a scale. It's like a line. But I can't have duplicates in an array. So 0 would be the opening. The ternary statement would be here somewhere. This program is garbage. I gotta restart it again. I need to start typing and just keep changing it as I go then. There's no way I could plan ahead for everything. That's great. This is great.